humans was 72 hours. We have a lot to learn yet.
And if we leave the moon in Taurus literal, we leave as we came, and God willing, as we shall return.
The Artemis campaign is really a set of test flights. We haven't been to the moon in over 50 years, and so there's a lot of new systems that we need to test out. We're going to a new part of the moon, the South Pole, that we've never been to before with crew. The Artemis 2 mission is going to take the next step in our flight test campaign. We're going to focus on what are the new systems that we need to test out so that we can fly crew to the moon and safely bring them back home. That really sets us up for our big goal, which is the return of human crew to the surface of the moon.
It's so important what we learn in that mission to the moon because it instructs us on how we're going to get to Mars. This is a generation-defining effort.
My name's Jeff Radigan. I'm the lead flight director for Artemis 2. Here in Mission Control, I direct the operations of the spacecraft and communicate with the crew on board in order to have a successful mission of a first mission back to lunar space in over 50 years. We want to get back out to lunar space. We want to fly around the moon. And so to be a part of that is just very meaningful to me. It's something I get excited about when I wake up in the morning. It really is the next step in space exploration.
PC, go. Got it. So, auto, go. Rob, go. GMC, go. Max.
This room has a lot of historical significance. We originally flew the space shuttle out of here, and we're looking forward to flying Artemis 2 out of this room here in the not too distant future.
Once the vehicle clears the tower, control of the spacecraft is handed over to Mission Control Houston. At that point, the team in Mission Control, led by the ascent flight director, will take over. It's a very distributed team. Think of it as a big pyramid. At the top of it sits the flight director, but around him are specialists in every system on Orion. They'll have teams in the front room that are working with the flight director. They'll have teams in the back room that are supporting the front room operators to make sure that they're specialists in all of their systems, just in case we have a problem that we haven't seen. And by the way, in my 20 years of human spaceflight experience, I guarantee you we're going to have a problem that we haven't seen.
My name is Natasha P. I'm a flight dynamics officer for Artemis 2. We are trajectory specialists when it comes to Orion. Really, my job is to know where your spaceship is and where it's going. And if we need to come home for some reason, come home early, or we get off track, our job is to figure out how to do that. This mission is fundamentally different from a mission you might do in low Earth orbit in a lot of ways. But one of them is that we're looking to rendezvous with the moon. Every minute you wait to launch, the moon is moving. So in order to rendezvous with it efficiently, we have to change the inclination of our orbit to make sure we line up with the moon. In a month, you get about 14 days of a launch period. Our team all hunkers down, and for every day, we look at the open and close of the window and come up with a trajectory end to end, from liftoff all the way through splashdown.
You know, I often talk about that launch ops is like a team sport. It's certainly you have to produce on game day, but that the preparation for a championship begins in the off season. We've made some significant upgrades since Artemis 1, and that includes not just the software that you see out here running on the consoles, but it's also in our model and simulation environment. The big difference between Artemis 1 and Artemis 2 is, of course, the crew. And it's the systems, the new systems that are specifically in place to support a crewed flight. And so we have new launch commit criteria, we have changes to our procedures, changes to our timelines, and we want to make sure that we've gone through those time and time again so that when launch day rolls around, we're ready for anything that the hardware may throw at us.
We woke up this morning, went through medical checks, had breakfast as a crew while Charlie and her team were getting the simulated vehicle ready for launch day. We got in our crew transfer vehicles, our CTVs. We came out to the pad. We went up 2 elevators to the 274-foot level, and we met there, our White Room closeout team. So it was a great end-to-end run-through of what we will do when we get on this vehicle and head to the moon.
There are no shortcuts. I mean, you have to do it all because on launch day, that is game day. And it is in all of our work together that gets us to a successful T0 and a safe and successful mission.
Hey, Sam.
What's going on?
Not much.
Long time no see.
I miss you.
The seriousness of what it takes to take the risk with humans in and of itself creates enough of a pressure for the entire organization, enough of a concern, enough of a sense of rigor. Everything goes up a notch.
We have to have an atmosphere to breathe, a temperature to be able to control, to be able to take out the carbon dioxide and humidity that's in the air, feed the crew, deal with a small environment, proving that we can fly by the moon and come back and have a safe reentry.
There's an extra element when you have humans on board, the nuances by which the system operates, the understanding of what it is to live in this crew module that we have. Artemis 2 is also another flight test of the other systems that are required to enable human space exploration. That is life support system, that is displays, that is the controllers, the stick that you need to fly a spacecraft. All those pieces were not part of Artemis 1, but are really key for Artemis 2, and the crew will need that capability to go forward to do human space exploration.
When you go to the moon, you're 250,000 miles away, and there's no choice. It takes time to get home. Everything we check, everything we try and make sure we understand, we double, we triple, we quadruple check because we want to make sure we get it right.
The mission will prove the Orion spacecraft is ready to keep astronauts alive in deep space and allow the crew and ground teams to practice operations essential to the success of future missions.
This top portion is the crew module. It's the pressurized area where the crew sits. The bottom portion here, with the solar arrays and the engines, primary engines, is what's called the service module.
The European Service Module, or ESM, will provide electricity, water and air to NASA's Orion crew capsule, as well as maintaining temperature for life support.
It's been a fabulous partnership with our ESA partners. The agency made a decision a long time ago that we want to do lunar exploration as a global partnership.
Now that we're having crew, that's the new element for Artemis 2 and onwards. We will really go into the testing of the life support systems and try to figure out how is that behaving with the astronaut in the loop, how is the CO2 scrubbing working on the crew module side, how are we providing the oxygen to the
Integrity Houston, for the TLT unconverged caution, we were running orb guide post-burn to look at post-burn targeting, and that particular sequence did not include running TLT. That is what triggered the caution. We have no concerns.
Okay, outstanding, thank you.
That call from Capcom Jackie Mahaffey to the crew, indicating TLT, which is a targeted landing trajectory. That is simply a value that was placed on board on the onboard computers, but is not being used for today's entry by the crew. The last maneuver that will be conducted by Integrity will occur at 6:37 p.m. Central Time tonight. That is the crew module raise burn. That occurs about 4 minutes after the crew module will have separated from the service module. This will be about a 19-second burn with a velocity change of about 9.9 feet per second as the precursor to entry interface, the raise burn designed as a final opportunity to sweeten the flight path angle, the angle of attack, if you will, of the vehicle as it enters the Earth's atmosphere, placing the vehicle in the proper orientation perfectly with precision to mitigate any excessive heat loads on the heat shield of the spacecraft. Entry interface will begin at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of 400,000 feet, while Integrity is traveling 34,882 feet per second with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles. Within 24 seconds after entry interface, which is essentially the top of the Earth's atmosphere where the crew will begin to feel the tug of gravity, we'll start a 6-minute blackout period that is expected, in which we'll lose communications with the crew and data here in the flight control room. The blackout is induced by the buildup of ionization from the interaction of the velocity of the vehicle with the friction of Earth's atmosphere. It creates a plasma shield around the vehicle, preventing communications from occurring. That 6-minute blackout is scheduled to end right around 7 p.m. straight up. And at that point, the vehicle will have descended to an altitude of 157,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at 13,300 feet per second.
show off board on the cameras for a couple, please.
In work. And integrity, cab 3 is not streaming.
Thank you, Jackie.
Houston, copy. Seats.
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 21 hours, 5 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. Several countdown clocks are ticking backward here in the flight control room as the Earth grows larger and larger in the field of view. In order, the next major milestone will be a raise burn of the crew module. That raise burn will follow the separation of the crew module from the service module this evening. The separation of the crew module is scheduled at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. 4 minutes later, at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, we'll conduct about a 19-second raise burn. This is a slight maneuver to tilt up the aft end of Integrity in a final opportunity to fine-tune the angle of attack that Integrity will incur as it enters the Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean. The entry path for Integrity today is portrayed here in this graphic. Basically, entry interface is 1,701 nautical miles uprange, if you will, from the expected splashdown point near the USS John Murtha, the recovery ship, and off the coast of San Diego. The entry interface point is critical because what we want to do is put Integrity in an orientation that will mitigate peak heating on the heat shield. For a point of comparison, during Artemis 1, we had an entry range of 3,178 nautical miles from the point of entry interface and a 20-minute entry profile. That was the so-called skip entry, in which the Artemis 1 vehicle dipped into the atmosphere to dissipate some energy, then lofted or skipped out of the atmosphere, then dipped a second and final time back into the atmosphere before splashing down. What that resulted in was a higher heat load on the heat shield, which caused unexpected char liberation. So rather than design the heat shield or replace it for Artemis 2, we elected to go into a different trajectory profile. This one with a max entry range of 1,775 nautical miles, or in today's case, all of our maneuvers and orbital mechanics will take us 1,701 nautical miles downrange from the point of entry interface. This will only be a 13.5-minute entry profile for Integrity and its astronauts, and results in a much lower heat load on the heat shield. This is deliberate so that we have the lessening effect of charring on the heat shield, should there be any at all, and we do expect some. But this will more than protect the astronauts from the effects of peak heating, which will be some 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit during the maximum peak heating around the vehicle. That will also cause a 6-minute blackout because of ionization, as heat is repelled or thwarted from the heat shield while the vehicle flies in the direction of travel towards splashdown. The raise burn that places us in our final orientation for angle of attack into entry interface, that raise burn is scheduled at 6:37 p.m. Central Time. Entry interface itself is scheduled at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time, when we hit the top of the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling about 34,800 feet per second. We expect our peak velocity just a few moments later, and that peak velocity is forecast by Flight Dynamics to be 34,965 feet per second, or 23,839 miles an hour. Now, this all occurs after we begin the blackout period of 6 minutes. We will lose communications with the vehicle just 24 seconds after we enter the Earth's atmosphere, or entry interface, as you see there. This is an expected 6-minute blackout that will begin at 6:53 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time and will last almost until 7 p.m. straight up Central Time. Once we regain communications with the crew following the blackout, we will continue a series of role reversals. These are gentle rolls to the left and back to the right, essentially bleeding off excess energy and excess heat on the vehicle as we approach the splashdown site. The vehicle is expected to go subsonic at 7:02 and 25 seconds p.m. Central Time. That's about 8.5 or almost 9 minutes after the beginning of entry interface. And at that point, we will be at an altitude of 59,000 feet above the Pacific Ocean. A series of parachute deployments will begin. The first of that will be the forward bay cover parachutes. That will basically pull the top forward bay cover off the very top of the vehicle, allowing other parachute deployment activities to occur. The forward bay cover chute deployment is scheduled at 7:03 and 22 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of 23,946 feet. The forward bay cover parachutes are used in conjunction with pyrotechnic thrusters to ensure the separation of that forward bay cover, protecting Orion and its parachutes during the heat of re-entry. Following that, there'll be the deployment of drogue chutes. These are 2 drogue parachutes, 23 feet in diameter. These drogue chutes will be deployed at an altitude of 23,483 feet. At this point, our velocity will have slowed from almost 24,000 feet per second to just 470 feet per second in a matter of minutes. 3 pilot parachutes will be used to lift and deploy the main parachutes from the crew module forward bay. Those main parachutes, 3 of them, are used to slow the crew module down to a splashdown at a speed that ensures astronaut safety. Each main parachute 265 feet in length from the crew module attachment to the top when inflated. The main chute deployment is scheduled at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time. Now that's just 11 minutes and 13 seconds after the start of entry interface. At this point, we'll be at an altitude of 5,445 feet above the Pacific. And splashdown to complete this mission is scheduled at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset. The crew will splash down in the Pacific southwest of San Diego at a gentle rate of just 19 miles an hour. Following splashdown, the flight control team here in Houston is not done. Our work is just beginning at that point as we begin the process of powering down the vehicle. This is after we have established communications with the crew through a very low data rate system. The communications link will no longer be active through the tracking and data relay satellite system, so we're going to be going to a very low data rate system. We hope to establish communications with the crew fairly rapidly. It's not guaranteed. It depends on the orientation of the vehicle. The likelihood is the vehicle will splash down upright in what's known as Stable 1. Whether it's upright or in some other orientation, we'll begin the process of inflating 5 inflatable airbags that are positioned in a circumferential manner around the forward bay cover at the top of integrity. These airbags will be inflated through helium. Those 5 airbags will guarantee the proper orientation upright for the spacecraft through the rest of the process of extracting the crew, which should take some 45 minutes to an hour to complete. Navy divers, fast boats, a pair of Navy helicopters, other recovery personnel will come alongside the vehicle to begin erecting an inflatable raft called the front porch. that the crew will be extracted into. You've seen that in movies. You've seen it in the Apollo program and archival footage. And one by one, the crew will be hoisted in alternating fashion to 2 hovering Navy helicopters for the trip back to the deck of the USS John Murtha, where they will leave the helicopters and move into a medical bay on the ship for comprehensive medical examinations. As the astronauts aboard Integrity are in the process of stowing final items in the cabin before they move into their entry checklists, a final review of the procedures and the timelined activities for the rest of this mission. The next major milestone, once again, will be the separation of the European service module, which has performed valiantly throughout the course of this flight, from the crew module. That pyrotechnic separation scheduled 3 hours and 41 minutes from now. Just 3.5 minutes after that will be the crew module raise burn. That raise burn is scheduled at 6:37 p.m. Central Time. It's expected to be about a 19-second firing of the crew module thrusters in one final opportunity to fine-tune the angle of attack for Integrity as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. Splashdown 4 hours, 14 minutes from now, southwest of San Diego, where the weather is forecast to be ideal. Just some broken and scattered clouds expected, 10-knot winds, wave heights less than 4 feet. Couldn't ask for a better day out in the Pacific for the homecoming of the first crew to fly aboard the Orion spacecraft. At a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 21 hours, 18 minutes into the flight, this is Mission Control Houston.
Houston Integrity, Jackie, steps 10 and 11 are complete.
Houston copies, steps 10 and 11. You guys are on track, looking great.
For those just joining this view of the key players here in Mission Control, part of the flight control team. Rick Henfling, second from the right, is the entry flight director for this mission. Seated to his left is Judd Freeling, who was the flight director for Ascent. back on April 1st. Jackie Mahaffey is second from the left. She is the Capcom whose voice you'll be hearing throughout the course of the afternoon and evening, talking directly to Integrity's astronauts through splashdown. Stan Love, a veteran astronaut, is on the far left of your screen. He was the Ascent Capcom. He's joining Mahaffey today as a second set of eyes on all the data that we'll be discussing and hearing from the crew during the course of their high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere. And this is Mission Control Houston. You can see one of the helicopters that will be involved in the recovery operations, having taken off from the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. Recovery operations underway. Several helicopters will be employed not just for recovery but for imagery activities. On the deck of the John P. Murtha, a view of multiple views, camera views, that are being provided to us courtesy of the USS John P. Murtha that we'll be utilizing throughout the course of the evening in our coverage. Once we start the NASA Plus coverage at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, that's a simulcast of our 24/7 YouTube coverage. My colleague from the Kennedy Space Center, Megan Cruz, is on the Murtha, and she'll be providing updates and interviews as well as we continue our operational coverage of the recovery of the Integrity astronauts following their lunar flyby mission.
ahead.
We have an empty canister. Can you confirm that I don't need to do steps 1.2 to 1.4?
Checking. And Christina, we concur you do not need to perform the steps you listed.
Thanks, Jackie.
Enemies scatter when they hear our cry. We put
This is Mission Control Houston, 8 days, 21 hours, 38 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. On board, all is quiet, as it is here in Mission Control, with everything moving along in trip hammer fashion, in good shape, all of Integrity's systems in great shape, and the weather at the splashdown zone off the coast of San Diego couldn't be better. A forecast of go conditions with winds of just 10 knots, wave heights less than 4 feet, ideal conditions for the recovery of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen following their splashdown, which is just 3 hours and 53 minutes from now. The next major milestone coming up in 3 hours and 19 minutes, that will be the separation of the crew module from the European service module that has performed perfectly during the course of the flight. The service module separation from the crew module scheduled at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. Just 4 minutes later, there will be a slight maneuver, a raise burn as it is called. This will tilt the aft end of the crew module upward ever so slightly in one final opportunity to refine the flight path angle, the angle of attack, if you will, as Integrity enters the Earth's atmosphere at the point called entry interface. That is at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time, or some 16 minutes after the raise burn itself. All of these events will be happening fairly rapidly as we move over the next few hours toward a splashdown of the crew and a completion of a mission that will have totaled 694,481 miles from launch to splashdown.
Tina, we're with you.
Hey, Jackie. You guys okay if we start entry checklist 30 minutes early?
Checking. And Integrity Houston for entry checklist. We are ready for you to begin 18.0.1 entry checklist, steps 1 through 6.
Copy. We're go entry checklist 1 through 6. Thanks.
And step 3 for GPS can be skipped. GPS has been powered and it still looks good.
Copy. Step 3 is a skip.
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 21 hours, 50 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. The crew is completing the configuration of the crew cabin. Soon they'll be breaking out their launch and entry suits in preparation for donning those suits and conducting leak checks as we get a bit further along in the entry preparation time frame. Meanwhile, we're looking forward to the next major milestone. That will be the separation of the crew module from the European service module 3 hours and 7 minutes from now. That's scheduled to occur at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, 7:33 p.m. Eastern Time. 4 minutes after that, we'll conduct a raise burn. This will be about a 19-second firing of Integrity's thrusters with a change in velocity of 9.9 feet per second. That will adjust the angle of attack of the vehicle by gently tipping the aft end of Integrity higher, if you will, like sitting in a reclining chair and basically leaning back a bit. This angle of attack adjustment is specifically designed and pre-planned to enter the Earth's atmosphere at entry interface later this evening at the proper angle to minimize heating effects on Integrity's heat shield. It's worth mentioning once again that the difference between this entry and the uncrewed entry of Artemis 1 is that on Artemis 1, we flew a trajectory known as a skip entry, which involved an initial dip into the atmosphere to dissipate some energy, and then we lofted back out of the atmosphere briefly, then dipped back in a second time before splashing down in the Pacific. After the flight, the post-flight inspection and video analysis showed that there was an area of mechanical char liberation that was not expected. And so after extensive analysis and the review of an independent review team, it was determined to adjust the entry profile for Artemis II, minimizing the range of entry from 3,178 nautical miles to a distance of just 1,775 nautical miles across the Pacific. So instead of 20 minutes of exposure to heating effects, today we're going to only encounter 13.5 minutes of heat loads on the vehicle. Our intended splashdown target is about 1,701 nautical miles downrange from the point of entry interface. It will be about 13.5 minutes from the time that we enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time to the point of splashdown at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time. In that brief 13.5 minute period, peak heating on the vehicle should be about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the heat to be repelled by Integrity's heat shield, as it is for any vehicle entering the Earth's atmosphere that has a crew on board. The crew should be experiencing a G load on their bodies of about 3.9 Gs at peak loads on the crew members, feeling the tug of Earth's gravity for the first time in 9 days. We will decelerate from a speed of 23,839 miles an hour just after we begin the blackout period of 6 minutes in duration to a splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour, all that happening in rapid-fire succession. Splashdown now 3 hours and 36 minutes from now, 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. The USS John P. Murtha is on station. Some of the airborne assets, helicopters, and fixed-wing aircraft are taking off in sequential fashion from the deck of the ship. These are imagery assets the actual Navy recovery helicopters that will hoist the crew out of the front porch, inflatable raft that will be erected alongside the hatchway to Integrity. And there's a view, a live view from the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. It is a bit overcast. We do expect those clouds to lift a bit over the next few hours. We should have some broken and scattered clouds. It won't be crystal clear blue skies out there in the Pacific, but the weather is go and forecast to be go by the Spaceflight Meteorology Group. The Navy helicopters will be hovering over the spacecraft once it is powered down and once it is guaranteed to be uprighted through the inflation of the 5 crew module uprighting system airbags that will take place shortly after splashdown. The Navy divers and Navy flight surgeon will pull alongside the spacecraft to begin the process of erecting the front porch. Then they will open up the hatch and begin to extract the crew members one by one. They'll have an opportunity to get their land legs back a bit before they're hoisted one by one in harnesses up inside the 2 awaiting helicopters. They'll be hoisted up in alternating fashion. So there'll be 2 crew members for each helicopter for the short ride back to the Murtha. Once they arrive on the deck of the ship, they'll be brought into medical bay for comprehensive medical exams. That is all part of the post-flight medical evaluation of these crew members as they complete their mission around the moon and back to Earth.
Integrity Houston for entry checklist.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Hey, Reed, a couple of questions for you. We realized we didn't give you an explicit thumbs up to perform step 1.2 for the flight path angle hash mark update, so we wanted to confirm that you did in fact perform the set EI FPA limits procedure. And secondly, we want your opinion on the in and out CMIS caution. Is that something that will be distracting such that we should inhibit it.
Okay, we are going to go execute 1.2. We had skipped that, and we would prefer to inhibit the CMIS caution on board.
Okay, we copy, and just to close the loop on that, that will mean on flight.landing, you would not have a yellow or down arrow indication if that does stay below the threshold.
And that is totally fine.
manchmal wird das kleine Welt und dieser Lampe, die wir Welt. Und ich trage mich nicht mehr, ist nicht vergütet vor dem Licht. Und ich will für nicht. Ich hab mich angefreut und dann versemmelt. Bewusst als Herrschaft Lieder für den Mensch. Ich hab mich nie beim Sagen gezogen. Es ist leid, das bringt zum Sorgen. Ich am
Houston, integrity for toilet deactivation.
Integrity, Jack, you had to step off for a second. Go ahead for toilet.
Yes, sir. Hey, Stan. Great to hear your voice. We are ready for MCC to deactivate the toilet.
Houston copies. Putting that in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. That communication from Christina Cook on board Integrity to spacecraft communicator Stan Love.
For burn telemetry on CM or raise burn. 2 questions.
Go for CM raise questions.
Hey Jackie, we see a Delta V tote on our display of 9.9, which is fairly close to the 8.5 on the entry pad, but our TIGO on the display is 44 seconds, and the entry pad estimated 19 seconds. Can y'all take a look at that for us?
Hey Reed, good catch. The explanation there is that Delta V is about what we expect update-wise, but the TIGO calculation is not understanding that you will not have the SM when you burn CM raised. So it's doing a different math calculation there.
I remember that class in November of 2023 in Building 5 on the 3rd floor. Thank you very much.
This is Mission Control Houston. Commander Reed Wiseman inquiring about the values for the upcoming crew module raise burn. Again, as we've explained, this burn that's scheduled 2 hours and 51 minutes from now is designed to tilt the angle of attack a bit upward, basically raising the aft end of the vehicle prior to entry interface to improve the angle of attack and minimize heating effects on the heat shield for the Orion vehicle. The crew module raise burn will occur about 4 minutes after the service module is separated from the crew module. and we're expecting about a 19-second burn.
Integrity Houston, the toilet is unpowered.
The crew module raise burn is expected to be 19 seconds in duration with a change in velocity of about 9.9 feet per second. Once again, that's designed to fine-tune the angle of attack for Integrity as it enters the Earth's atmosphere, which will occur about 16 and a half minutes after the raise burn itself. And as you heard, spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey relaying that we have sent commands to turn off the ship's potty, so it is no longer to be used for the remainder of the mission, with splashdown scheduled 3 hours and 19 minutes from now. The 4 crew members on board Integrity, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, are in the process of completing the stowage of items in the crew cabin before they move into their entry checklist, basically looking through all of the chronological procedures that lie ahead for the rapid-fire succession of all of the events that will unfold over the course of the next 3 hours. Integrity is about 25,000 nautical miles from Earth, continuing to accelerate towards a splashdown in the Pacific 3 hours and 18 minutes from now. All of Integrity's systems are in excellent shape. The crew is great, feeling well, and the weather in the splashdown zone in the Pacific, although a bit cloudy with broken and scattered clouds, is a go forecast with just 10-knot winds and wave heights less than 4 feet.
There's a time I wake goodbye, and I was never seen as falling. Didn't know if I believed that I could stay here. Views from
Integrity Houston for a post-RTC3 tracking update.
Go ahead, Houston.
Hey, the post-RTC3 tracking looks great. So good, in fact, that if we got to CM rays and did not yet have GPS acquisition, we would still be go for CM rays from that perspective. And so overall, I can confirm the post-RTC3 trajectory is within EI limits.
All right, Jackie, we love that. That says a lot about our FIDO folks in this vehicle.
This is Mission Control Houston. A tip of the hat from Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen to the flight dynamics folks and the guidance, navigation, and control officer. The RTC3 burn that was conducted just over 2 hours ago, which was basically a final fine-tuning of the trajectory of Integrity to hit the sweet spot in the corridor over the Pacific Ocean for entry interface, was so perfect that we are dead on the center line down the corridor, and the crew module raise burn that is scheduled at 6:37 p.m. Central Time and which will be conducted is only required to lift the aft end of the vehicle ever so slightly by a degree or two to improve the angle of attack of the spacecraft as it enters the atmosphere, mitigating peak heating effects on the heat shield for Integrity. But our trajectory is dead set, right on the money, right down the pike, heading for a splashdown 3 hours and 10 minutes from now at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Houston integrity comp check from seat 1.
Seat 1, have you loud and clear coming down on both OE 1 and 2? How me on 1?
Gotcha, loud and clear on 1, Jackie. We're going to stay in this config on both 1 and 2, and Reed and Victor are in our seats, slowly proceeding along.
Okay, we copy, and just to confirm, that means that you've got the bulk of your suit donned, is that correct?
Just for Reed and Victor, A-firm. We're not gloved, not helmeted yet.
Copy all. Thanks. Integrity BFS is configured for entry with outputs inhibited. And a reminder, when you get to step 9.3, use your separate instance of 18.3.101 to save off the time.
100%, thanks. Houston integrity comm check from seat 2.
Victor, have you loud and clear? I'm coming up on 1. How me?
Jackie, I have you loud and clear on 1. You are loud and clear on 2, Jackie.
Let's not talk about tomorrow or the things we couldn't be. There's a quiet in this moment that feels like home to me. We don't need a perfect answer. We don't need to understand. If the world just keeps on spinning, let it spin without our plans. 'Cause I don't care where we're going if you're lying next to me. If we just stay right here, let the night disappear with your head on my chest and your breath in my ear. We don't need all the lights, we don't need all the years if we just stay right here. There's a heartbeat in the silence, there's a story in your eyes. We could live inside this second, let the rest just pass us by. I don't need a grand forever, I don't need a reason why. If I've got this fragile moment, I don't mind the rest of time. We don't have to chase the sunrise if the dark feels this alive. If we just stay right here, let the night disappear with your hand holding mine like there's nothing to fear. We don't need all the words, we don't need to be clear if we just stay. And if the world comes crashing in, we'll close our eyes and breathe again. No need to run, no need to hide. I've got your heart, you've got mine. If we just stay right here, let it all disappear. We don't need anything when you're already here. So don't move, don't speak, just stay right here with me. Three and a half hours away, it's 1 year today when we made that choice. You raise your voice for the last time.
Houston integrity, steps 12, 13, 14, and 15 are complete.
Jeremy, Houston, copy. Thank you.
That you stare. And where do you go when we say goodnight tonight? And where do you go when we say New Year's Eve will be our day, or just fine. Only a few weeks left till the summertime, and I'll know you again. We'll joke about when we shared separate beds. I wish you were there. I love your hair and the way that you stare into my eyes. Wish you were there. I love your hair and the way that you stare. And where do you go when we say goodnight tonight? And where do you go when we say
yeah. 3 a.m. Line still open. I know what it is. I don't call first, but I answer.
Phone light glowing in the dark room. Your name popping, yeah, I saw you. Let it ring once, maybe twice. I don't rush, I move precise. You breathe slow when I say hello. Like you waited just to
This is Mission Control Houston, 8 days, 22 hours, 55 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. On board the vehicle, the 4 crew members, Commander Reed Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Jeremy Hansen and Christina Cook are suiting up in their Orion crew survival suits, the launch and entry suits that they also wore during their launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st. Once the crew is all suited up, they'll conduct a series of leak checks to make sure that they have good suit integrity, aboard integrity, before they strap themselves into their seats for the final phase of this mission that will culminate with a splashdown in the Pacific 2 hours and 35 minutes from now at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, about 2.5 hours before sunset, southwest of San Diego. And the suits are in the process of being leak checked at the present time. We'll relay all that to you in just a few moments. Right now, Integrity is just about 20,000 nautical miles from the Earth, continuing to accelerate towards the next major milestone, which will be the separation of the crew module from the European service module 2 hours and 1 minute from now. That separation maneuver, pyrotechnically, will occur at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. That will be followed just 4 minutes later by a raise burn, a 19-second burn of Integrity's thrusters to induce a change in velocity of 9.9 feet per second, slightly raising up the aft end of the vehicle to improve its angle of attack as it enters the Earth's atmosphere, and in the process mitigates the peak heating effects on the heat shield of the vehicle. Out in the splashdown zone, out in the Pacific Ocean, the weather is forecast to be go by the Spaceflight Meteorology Group here at the Johnson Space Center. Winds of just about 10 knots and wave heights less than 4 feet, which should be ideal for the recovery forces that are being deployed from the USS John Murtha to recover the crew, extract them, hoist them into 2 Navy helicopters, and fly them back to the deck of the Murtha to be brought into medical bay for post-splashdown medical checks. We now have a report from the environmental systems officer here that we have good suit leak checks. All 4 suits have passed the leak check, so we are in good shape here for entry and splashdown coming up just over 2.5 hours from now. One data point, just an update on some numbers that we've just received from Flight Dynamics, and these are unofficial and will not become official until post-flight. We now anticipate that the maximum speed that Integrity will encounter as it enters the Earth's atmosphere will be right around the same time as we enter a communications blackout of 6 minutes in duration. We're expecting Integrity's peak speed at 6:54 and 4 seconds p.m. Central Time, and at that point, the vehicle should be traveling at 24,661.21 miles per hour, which will be just 130 miles short in velocity of the record that was set back in 1969 by the Apollo 10 crew, Tom Stafford, Gene Cernan, and John Young, on their return from orbiting the moon. Once again, that peak speed expected to be reached just a few seconds after the start of entry interface as the vehicle plummets back into the Earth's atmosphere. The peak speed expected to be reached at 6:54 and 4 seconds p.m. Central Time. And that peak speed now estimated by Flight Dynamics to be 24,661.21 miles per hour, which equates to about Mach 33.
Houston Integrity, seat 1 and 2, leak check complete. Also, we powered up the AGA, and it's giving us a CO2 alarm at 4.4.
We copy leak check. We saw it as well. And copy CO2 at 4.4. We are discussing.
We also on the AGA have a bit A of 16. We've seen that in the past. Should go away.
And Reed, is the AGA been powered for 5 minutes yet, or are we still in that wait period?
We are in the wait period. We expect that bit will go away.
We copy, and that bit can also indicate that we cannot trust the other values, so we'll check back with you after the 5 minutes on the CO2 level.
Stay firm.
No sound, still I'm all around. No force, no claim, still I stay the same. Now you laying in your bed with my voice in your head. Every word, every tone got you feeling alone, but it's not lonely, it's poor. Something quiet and full. You don't reach, you don't call, but you.
This is Mission Control Houston. Mission elapsed time of 8 days, 23 hours, 2 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission. While we have a moment here, just an opportunity to run down some of the chronological highlights that lie ahead over the next 2.5 hours before Integrity splashes down in the Pacific Ocean. Coming up at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we will begin a simulcast of NASA Plus coverage that will accompany our 24/7 YouTube coverage that we have been providing ever since we began the mission with the tanking of the Space Launch System at the Kennedy Space Center for launch back on April 1st.
And Integrity, we are complete through steps 18. Seats 3 and 4 are yet to suit, obviously.
Jeremy, we we copy. You completed 16 through 18, and confirm for us whether you needed any adjustments of CIAS in step 17.
Negative. All the settings were still in their launch config.
Houston copies.
Once again, with the leak checks having been successfully completed on the 4 launch and entry suits for the crew members on board Integrity, once again we'll begin our NASA Plus coverage as a simulcast to our 24/7 YouTube coverage in less than an hour at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. At 6:15 p.m., we're going to hand over communications from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System as Integrity continues to approach the Earth. Currently, Integrity is less than 20,000 nautical miles from its destination and a splashdown in the Pacific. We will separate the European service module from the crew module at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. And just 4 minutes later, we'll conduct a raise burn, a 19-second burn of the Integrity thrusters to slightly tilt the vehicle's orientation upward, with the aft end being tilted upward. That will also change the velocity by 9.9 feet per second and complete the orientation of the vehicle for its angle of attack as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface, where we reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere and where most of the dynamic operations will then begin. Entry interface is scheduled at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time, where Integrity will be at an altitude of 400,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at about 34,882 feet per second with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles. Just 10 seconds, just a few seconds later, about 24 seconds later, we'll enter a 6-minute communications blackout at 6:53 and 55 seconds p.m. That communications blackout will be due to the buildup of plasma around the vehicle, the ionization of the interaction of the velocity of Integrity with the friction of the Earth's atmosphere. So the communications blackout, to last about 6 minutes in duration, will start 24 seconds after entry interface. At 6:54 and 4 seconds p.m., we'll reach our peak velocity. This is an estimation from Flight Dynamics. We should be reaching a peak velocity of 24,661.21 miles per hour, or somewhere around Mach 33. This will fall about 130 miles per hour short of the speed record set by the Apollo 10 command module, the Charlie Brown, during the Apollo 10 mission of Tom Stafford, Gene Cernan, and John Young back in the spring of 1969. Once the communications blackout ends, which is expected just a few seconds before 7 p.m. Central Time, 6:59 and 56 seconds p.m. Central Time, we will be at an altitude of 157,000 feet over the Pacific Ocean, and at that point we should be traveling at about 13,300 feet per second, with a range to splashdown of just 147 nautical miles. There will be a series of roll reversals, first to the left, allowing Integrity to bank to the left. These are computer-commanded, not crew-commanded, but computer-commanded roll reversals to bank the vehicle first to the left, then to the right. That bleeds off excess energy and helps to reduce the speed and the heating effects on the vehicle during the final phase of flight. Starting at 7:03 and 22 seconds p.m. Central Time, we'll begin the series of chute deployments. In all, there are 11 parachutes associated with this mission. The first 3 will pull off the forward bay cover from the top of the vehicle. The forward bay cover chutes are 3. That'll be followed by the deployment of the drogue chutes at 7:03 and 23 seconds p.m. Then 3 pilot parachutes will pull the main parachutes, 3 of them, from the forward bay cover. The forward bay housing all of the parachutes at the very top of Orion. The main chute deploy is scheduled at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. The vehicle will have slowed to just a very glacial speed of 198 miles per hour, feet per second, I should say, at that point, at an altitude of 5,400 feet above the Pacific Ocean. The splashdown velocity, of course, will be 0. 19 miles an hour is the velocity that the crew will feel under the 3 main parachutes as they splash down in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego. So a number of major milestones lie ahead. Splashdown time is currently estimated at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. That will conclude a total traveling distance from launch to splashdown of 694,481 statute miles. We're just 1 hour and 48 minutes away now from crew module, service module separation. The crew has donned their launch and entry suits. They've conducted leak checks. Everything is in order, and the weather is go at the splashdown site. Some of the flying assets that will collect imagery of the descent of Integrity towards splashdown have already been deployed from the deck of the USS John Murtha. The actual recovery team members will be deployed in helicopters and fast boats a bit later on as we approach splashdown and, of course, after splashdown itself. Once the vehicle splashes down, we'll be deploying the 5 inflatable airbags at the top of the vehicle with helium. That will ensure that the vehicle is upright throughout the course of the recovery operations. The team here in Mission Control will check all of the systems on Integrity, make sure that we are not leaking any toxic gases from the spacecraft, and that will be the signal for the start of the power down of Integrity systems and the ability of the first members of the recovery team to approach the vehicle to set up the inflatable life raft called the front porch, which will be used to bring the crew members out of the vehicle into that front porch one by one after the hatch is open to Integrity. We expect the extraction of the crew to be some 45 minutes to an hour after splashdown, which would be about 30 to 45 minutes after the vehicle is powered down.
Line's still open. I don't chase. I don't call. But you dial. Every time. On a hotline.
Yeah. Midnight thoughts.
Integrity, Houston, we are ready for another CO2 reading on the AGA.
I don't call it, let it breathe.
It is 5.1.
In between your busy nights, I'm the part you can't fight. You got noise all around, but my silence too loud.
Houston copies. And Reed, earlier I did misspeak. The CO2 reading specifically would not have been affected by that particular bit.
Okay, sounds good. We just know we're in an ARS suit, and that's very likely contributing to that.
We concur.
Turn off the lights, I'm still right there beside it. On your mind, you can't hide. Even when you try it, I don't chase, I don't fight. Still you can't deny it. You scroll past and you stop. Something make your heart drop. You don't like what it means, but you caught in between. All the men you knew before. Try too hard, want two more. I just move, I don't speak. Now you stuck on that frequency. You replay what I said, simple words in your head, but it's deeper than sound. It's the way it go down. I don't push, I don't pull, I just stay in control. Listen here, you alone, make you lose what you own. You don't know how it started, but I'm deep in your thoughts. Every time that it's still, you be feeling me real. Yeah. I'm on your mind. Late at night, when the room go quiet, when you turn off the lights, I'm still right there beside it. On your mind, you can't hide. Even when you try it, I don't chase, I don't fight. Still you can't deny it. I don't need your attention, I become your reflection. Every space that you in, you be letting me in. It's the calm, it's the space, it's the lack of the chase. You ain't used to that feel, now it's all that is real. No change, no sound, still out, all around. No force, no claim, still I stay the same.
Integrity Houston for CO2.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Hey Reed, what we'd like to do is open the ARS ISO valve to mix the cabin and suit loop air for the time being. And we would just need a call from you all when Christina and Jeremy are getting in their seats and are a few minutes out from leak checks, and we'll get that back into a good config for you to start the next leak check.
I'm on your mind every night, even more when it's silent. I don't show, I don't write, still I move like a current. On your mind, deep inside, where you never invite. I don't chase.
Hey, Jackie, that's a reasonably good idea. Can we just hang on that for a little bit and see how we're doing?
Yep, up to you. We will wait. Let us know if you'd like that cabin air mixing.
Is there a CO2 number where you guys would advise on that?
Reed, we would not want to go above 7.
Yeah, that's perfect. Let us monitor it for just a couple minutes here.
I know the Lord will make a way for me. Yes, for me.
Houston, cabin entry config is complete, and Christina and Jeremy are about to start suit on.
Excellent on cabin config and copy suit down.
That call from Commander Reed Wiseman aboard Integrity indicating that following the successful leak checks on the 4 launch and entry suits, the crew will begin to actually don those suits now, and then they'll climb into their respective seats, both on the flight deck and the mid-deck of the Integrity, in preparation for crew module, service module separation that's scheduled 1 hour and 40 minutes from now.
For me. Yes, for me.
Integrity, Houston, for entry checklist. Your CMSM SEP ATP is set to go.
We see that on the PFD, Jackie.
And the call from Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control to Reed Wiseman, indicating that the Pyros are armed for crew module, service module separation coming up 1 hour, 38 minutes, 52 seconds from now. Integrity now squarely facing the planet Earth, 17,600 nautical miles away, headed for a splashdown 2 hours, 12 minutes from now. All of the recovery assets, the helicopters, the Navy P-3s, the para-rescue divers, they're all in place, ready to recover this crew following splashdown. And again, the chronology after splashdown will call for the flight control team here in Houston to assess integrity systems, make sure no toxic gases are leaking from the spacecraft. And first order of business will be the command to inflate the crew module uprighting system bags, the 5 inflatable airbags that will be inflated with helium to maintain its upright position as it bobs in the Pacific before the recovery forces reach the crew. About 15 minutes after splashdown is when we expect the green light to be given to power down integrity systems, at which point the recovery teams will begin to make their way toward the vehicle to set up that inflatable life raft called the front porch, buttressed alongside the spacecraft. That will be the precursor to the opening of the hatch and the extraction of the crew members, one by one, into that raft, giving them a chance to get their land legs back as they feel the first sensations of Earth's gravity in 9 days and their high-speed return to Earth, with their peak speed reaching some 24,661 miles an hour.
Winds are screaming through my mind. Every truth I try to hide. Grains of doubt inside my skin. Where do I begin? Can't escape the storm I made. Every step begins to fade, but I know
Houston, Christina's got an amazing view of home planet off the side hatch window, and it's lighting up the cabin, and it's just a great blue hue to it. It's beautiful.
That is amazing. When you kicked us out of the cabin, we turned on one of the SAW cameras and also had the Earth's reflection on one of the arrays. It was very cool.
Oh man, that is amazing.
This is Mission Control Houston. Commander Reed Wiseman reveling about the view of the Earth from a distance of less than 17,000 nautical miles now.
The cabin audio cable and boom mic are in F3 large stowed.
We copy.
The view that Reed Wiseman is describing is the view you're looking at right now as the Earth grows larger in the field of view with each passing moment. We're about 29 minutes away from the start of the NASA Plus coverage, joining our 24/7 YouTube coverage as a simulcast for the remainder of the evening through the time the crew is on the deck of the USS Mertha and in medical bay. So we'll be looking forward to additional reports and other video coverage from the deck of the USS John Mertha and other assets in the splashdown zone as we continue towards splashdown and the return of Integrity's astronauts just 2 hours and 5 minutes from now.
It's something she feels in the middle of the night, where walls fall down without a sound, and real connection can be found. I don't need to take the lead, she already moving with my speed. Two energies align just right, no resistance in this vibe. Hours pass but it feels like none, time slows down when it's this one. She don't speak but her eyes confess, she's never felt this kind of depth. I stay grounded, never chase, that's what keeps her in this space. A steady pulse, she can't replace, something real she can't erase. She leans in close, then breathes me in, like she's diving under her own skin. Not lost, she's finally free, and something deeper than what she's seen. Go slow, let go, feel more below. No chase, no race, just depth and space. We go deeper than the words we say, past the surface where the game's all played. No rush.
A couple of minor updates, just tweaks by a second or so for some of the key activities that will be coming up. Flight Dynamics providing us with some updated information. The start of the blackout period, just a 1 second change. It's going to be estimated now at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. The duration remains 6 minutes. That blackout will end at 6:59 and 55 seconds p.m. all Central Time. We expect to begin entering the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet at 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. And 1 second difference now in our splashdown time, if everything unfolds the way we believe it will. Splashdown now scheduled at 7:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Central Time, 7:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Pacific Time at the splashdown zone off the coast of San Diego. And one other update, the latest weather forecast from the Spaceflight Meteorology Group passed on to Flight Director Rick Henfling, calls for the clouds in the splashdown zone to be in the process of dissipating. The winds are somewhat reduced, now just 6 knots. The wave height's still less than 4 feet. All go forecast. So once again, the stage is set as Integrity continues its inexorable march toward a splashdown in the Pacific 2 hours from now. 16,000 nautical miles away from the Earth. We are just 1 hour and 26 minutes away from crew module, service module separation, followed by a raise burn to tilt the aft end of the vehicle up ever so slightly and improve its angle of attack into the Earth's atmosphere as a mitigating action to reduce heat loads on the heat shield of the vehicle. This is all pre-planned, pre-flight. There's no differentiation between what we had designed this mission to do. We are expecting to reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere at entry interface and 400,000 feet above the planet 1 hour and 45 minutes from now.
Eu te dei meu lado mais humano, meu medo, meu caos, meu melhor também. E você sorriu dentro do meu abraço, enquanto me perdia pra outro alguém. O pior não foi te ver partir, nem descobrir que tudo se partiu. Foi perceber que enquanto eu te escolhia, você me escondia de quem você mentiu. Você me traiu no lugar mais sagrado, bem onde eu te amei mais do que a mim. Fez da minha entrega chão quebrado e deixou meu mundo desabar.
Integrity, Houston. Cabin temp cold soaking is initiated.
Eu fui verdade, você representação e agora só.
Copy that, Jackie. CO2 is 5.5 and we are still doing good on board. Christina and Jeremy are beginning suit on.
Não foi só ciúme, raiva ou orgulho. Foi luto vivo respirando.
Houston copies all.
Porque quem trai não leva só o beijo, leva a paz, a fé, o antes e o sim. Eu lembro das promessas, uma por uma, como facas com a tua voz. Você jurando que era abrigo, enquanto incendiava tudo entre nós. Eu tentando achar algum sentido, pra não chamar de erro o que eu vivi. Mas quem ama não brinca com o paraíso, nem destrói alguém e chama isso de sentir. Você me traiu no lugar mais sagrado, bem onde eu te amei mais do que a mim. Fez da minha entrega chão quebrado e deixou meu mundo desabar no fim. Eu fui inteiro, você foi disfarce. Eu fui verdade, você representação. E agora sobra eu, juntando os cacos do que restou do meu coração. Eu sei, vai doer por muito tempo. Vai ter noite sem ar, sem direção. Vai ter memória abrindo ferida e silêncio gritando no colchão. Mas eu não vou morrer no teu pecado, nem me culpar pela tua decisão. Quem perdeu o amor mais raro aqui não fui eu, foi você pela própria mão. Você me traiu no lugar mais sagrado, mas não levou quem eu sou no final. Levou meu sonho, meu plano, meu abraço, mas não levou o meu valor real. Eu vou sangrar, mas vou sair inteiro, mesmo que hoje eu só veja a escuridão. Porque a dor que você deixou comigo não vai ser meu fim, vai ser reconstrução. Hoje eu fui traído pela pessoa que eu mais amei, mas amanhã eu começo a esquecer quem nunca mereceu. Tudo que eu entreguei.
Integrity Houston for entry checklist.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Read. With this time to EI, we expect you're about to be stepping into steps 9 and 10 in the entry checklist. In step 10 for the SIP switch config, there are no deltas.
No deltas to step 10, copy all.
Kahit sino kalaban, di ako atras. Sa larong to, ako'y lalakas. Simula bata pa, bola nang hawak sa kalsada. Naglaro, walang sapatos sa paa. Pero may pangarap, makilala balang araw. Kaya bawat tira ko, binibigay ko lahat. Crossover mabilis, di nila mabantayan. Fadeaway shot, swish, walang sablayan. Kahit ilang beses pa ako matalo, babalik pa rin ako. Laro'y di bibitaw. Pag napagod pahinga saglit, pero di susuko babalik ulit. Kasi sa korta ko buhay, dito
ako titigil maglaro ng basketball. Kahit pagod na katawan, laban pa rin sa court. Pawis tumutulo pero tuloy ang goal. Hanggang buzzer beater, ako pa rin ang control. Di ako titigil, di ako titigil. Dribble sa kaliwa, shoot sa ibabaw ng rim. Kahit sino kalaban, di ako aatras. Sa larong to, ako'y lalakas. Hindi lang laro to, ito ang passion. Bawat galaw may purpose, may direction. Sa bawat talo may lesson na dala. Para sa next game, masanda na ako. 3 points sa dulo, crowd na pasigaw. Game winner shot, lahat na pauwaw. Ito ang buhay na pinili ko. Sa court lang ako nagiging totoo. Kahit mag-isa sa ilalim ng ilaw. Dribble lang bola, pangarap ko'y sigaw. Hanggang sa tuktok, di ako titigil. Sa larong mahal ko, ako'y mananalo rin. Di ako titigil maglaro ng basketball. Kahit pagod na katawan, laban pa rin sa court. Pawis tumutulo pero tuloy ang goal. Hanggang buzzer beater, ako pa rin ang control. Di ako titigil, di ako titigil. Dribble sa kaliwa, shoot sa ibabaw ng rim. Kahit sino kalaban, di ako aatras. Sa larong to, ako'y lalakas.
La noche cubre el cielo gris, la nieve empieza a caer. Un reino duerme en silencio bajo el hielo del ayer. Caminos blancos sin final, susurros del vendaval. Cada paso deja huellas que el invierno borrará. Pero dentro de mi pecho late un fuego sin calor, una fuerza silenciosa, más antigua que el sol. Soy hielo, soy tempestad, soy la calma antes del final. Cuando el mundo se congele, mi voz seguirá. Entre sombrosa y cristal, mi destino brillará, porque el frío no me rompe, me hace inmortal. Montañas hechas de cristal, tormentas en espiral, los ecos del viejo mundo ya no me alcanzarán. El viento canta mi verdad, no hay miedo en mi mirar, porque el hielo que me cubre me enseñó a luchar. Si la noche quiere caer y el cielo deja de arder, mi espíritu se levanta más fuerte otra vez. Soy hielo, soy tempestad, soy la calma antes del final. Cuando el mundo se congele, mi voz seguirá. Entre sombras, tal y cristal, el destino brillará, porque el frío no me rompe, me hace inmortal.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, a great view of the planet Earth from Integrity from one of the solar array wing cameras. Now just 14,000 nautical miles from splashdown. Splashdown schedule for 7:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. At a point to the southwest of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean, where the USS John Murtha is on station and where recovery team assets are being deployed to the predicted splashdown site to complete the mission of Integrity's astronauts and their lunar flyby. With the Earth growing larger in the field of view, the next major milestone, just 1 hour and 13 minutes from now, will be the separation of the crew module from the European service module.
Houston copies.
The separation of the crew module will set the stage just 3.5 minutes later.
Go ahead.
When I was looking at the BFSSM SEP, it was the exact same time as our predicted SM SEP. Can you just confirm we don't need that to be a touch later?
And careless, didn't own a plan. Flip flops, bad decisions, fake a tan. Stayed up way too late for no good.
And read, matching is expected. That's when the sequence will begin for that whole SEP config.
Outstanding. Thank you for the verification.
Here in Mission Control in the Artemis Flight Control Room, Capcom Jackie Mahaffey confirming some of the timeline activities with Commander Reed Wiseman aboard the vehicle. The crew has suited up in its launch and entry suits, ready to begin the critical phase of this mission. Their homecoming to a high-speed entry and a parachute-assisted splashdown in the Pacific. Once again, the next major milestone, 1 hour, 11 minutes from now, the separation of the crew module from the European service module as Artemis's astronauts head home to complete this historic flight.
Trip solved everything. Kinda did though, honestly. She blasts the music with the windows down. Drive straight out of every boring town. She'd say yes first and think it through much later. I've become a much more careful navigator, but every now and then when summer hits and the golden hour does its golden bits, I feel her waking up inside my chest. That wild barefoot girl who gave her best. She whispers, hey, remember who you are. You're still that girl, just with a few more scars. She didn't worry about tomorrow. She danced before she'd think to borrow any trouble from the days ahead. She just lived instead. She just lived instead. I want the summer version of me, the one who laughed too loud and stayed out too late to sleep. The summer version of me, sun in her hair and salt upon her feet. Where did she go? Did she leave a note? I've been searching every memory. I know I want the summer version of me. Maybe she never actually left. Maybe she's just waiting for permission. Maybe all it takes is one warm evening and a slightly irresponsible decision. Maybe the summer version of me isn't someone that I lost along the way. Maybe she's been sitting in the passenger seat, just waiting for me to say I found the summer version of me, the one who laughs too loud and stays out way too late to sleep. The summer version of me, sun in my hair and salt upon my feet. She never left, she just needed a sign, a little
the truth on my chest. Belt of the word, holding all this mess. Hold it. Boots on fire, I've been walking through walls. Step heavy. Still clean, not a smudge on the sword. Swing it. Thought the void would devour my flame, but I spit more fire when I speak his name. Jesus. Tried to trap me in the silence and shame, but the word cut deeper than the weight of the chain. Freedom. Every trial just fueling the tank. Every loss just building the best. Every bruise is a blessing in code. I ain't break, I'm in launch mode. Strapped in, got the pressure thick. Vision like that, don't flinch or twitch. Winds may whip, but I grip that faith. Holy on me like a fire stitch cake. Countdown start, I'm past the fear. Voice so loud up in the atmosphere. Write wrote my name on the wall with light. Tell the void I'm about to take flight. These wounds ain't weak, they're whippering now. I bless every fall that taught me how. Devil had a script, but I ripped that scene. Cut it out, write my lines in the in-between. I seen the pit and I laughed at death. I lost my pride and I found what's left. Just oil and bone and breath from him, lit like a fuse when the storm rolls in. Fuel up the soul, winds at my back. No weight on my name, only purpose back. This my ride, this my sound. Strapped in high, ain't never coming down, 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 down. Breaking dawn. Angels summon this takeoff song. Didn't need wings, just obedience. Didn't need clouds, just the king in this. I'm not running, I'm rising loud. Heaven echo when I touch that cloud. Tell the void I'm not scared to try. Track 5 next and I'm born to fly. Next up. Above. Above.
There's a little monster in the woods, Gakka doing what Gakka should, creeping through the forest, splashing in the stream, hiding in tiny places of our silly dreams. Gakka waits.
Houston, we are ready for every pad deltas if you got them.
Never starts a fight. You've never seen him, but you know he's there. Fast, tiny ripples moving in the forest air. Cameron, Wolfie, and Ryan know there's a secret place where the Gakka go. Gotta drive real far, gotta shrink down small if you want.
Reed, we are taking a quick scan of those deltas, and we'll have them up to you in just a minute.
Copy that.
Splash in the water, sneak through the trees, jump on your head and hang on your sleeve. Gakka, Gakka, don't you hide. We're coming with a net for a friendly ride. Catch 'em up, wrap 'em up, send 'em home. Back to the forest where the Gakka roam. Yeah, they sneak out the water when the night rolls in. Tiptoe quiet with a giggle and a grin. Birds fly away like, what is this? Just a little Gakka causing mischief. They don't like cold, they like it just right. Tiny home.
Integrity Houston with entry pad delta.
They can't come in. Only little Gakka with their wiggly grin. Shrink down small, be ready for fun. We're going on a Gakka hunt, it's time to run through the water on the ground.
Reed and Ike are ready, go ahead.
Hear that sound?
All right, these are deltas compared to the version you copied onto your knee boards on flight day 8. For burn guidance, delta V tote will be 9.1. Tigo, 20 seconds. Body delta V in the Z direction, 9.1. How copy?
Like a silly breeze.
Copy all.
Kids chase them, but they're too fast. Just
In the entry section, total duration, 13:38. That's 1338. And splashdown time, 9 days, 013157. For descent and landing section, your backup heading direction will be 095. And for the landing site, couple of changes to weather. First of all, in pressure, inches mercury, 29.95. That's 14.71 psi. Sky conditions, clouds, few to scattered, 010. Surface winds, 275 at 6 knots. How copy?
Jackie, we don't remember if the number is 06 or 08 for you, but we copy all on the entry pad.
I copy all. And with that, it's a good entry pad, and we can continue in the procedure.
Integrity. Houston integrity, although we've already confirmed it per procedure. Instruction 115 of entry checklist. SN separation ATP is go.
Houston copies.
Christina and Jeremy are fully zipped and they're working on EBS and then seating up.
We copy. Thanks for the status. Integrity, Starfield maneuvers initiating in a minute and a half.
Integrity.
Regnet slår mot stadens glas. Himlen mörknar över Sverige. Ingen vet hur länge det ska vara kvar. Sirener hörs i fjärran nu. Paraplyer flyger bort. Stormen kommer utan nåd. Naturen visar vem som är starkast här. Trycket faller, pulsen stiger, molnen rullar in. Det är något på väg. Som faller över ögat. Tågen stannar i sin fart. Lampor slocknar i kvarteren, men vi vet att det går över snart. Vi står starka genom vinden. Vi står kvar mot varje kast. Genom mörker, genom oväder håller vi varandra fast. Hör hur stormen ropar. Känn hur marken vibrerar. Nu kommer droppet igen. Stormen dive. Hör hur Sverige håller andan. Stormen dive. Foten låter BPM i hjärtat snack. Stormen dive. Vi är starkare tillsammans. Stormen dive, 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 dive. När vinden sakta tystnar och solen bryter fram, minns vi natten Dave kom och hur vi stod kvar tillsammans.
These little lights got me missing them stars. Tailpipe glow on a Friday night in my old Dodge car. She said stay, but the highway called my name. Now I'm burning rubber, chasing faded flame. Yeah. These Atlanta lights got me missing them stars. Tailpipe glow on a Friday night in my old Dodge car. She said stay, but the highway called my name. Now I'm burning rubber, chasing faded flame. chasing a faded flame.
Houston Integrity, we are suit.complete.
Houston, copy.
Montañas hechas de cristal, tormentas en espiral, los ecos del viejo mundo ya no me alcanzarán. El viento canta mi verdad.
Houston Integrity for a status.
Go ahead.
Seats 3 and 4 are connecting umbilicals. We're going to be stepping into leak check soon. 1 and 2 will be seated. 3 and 4 will be free float, and we'll configure EPROC accordingly.
Houston, copies all.
Entre sombras y cristal, mi destino brillará.
say the sounds you say to me. You nod your head so happily. I don't know what the letters mean, but you like how I keep them clean. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Gold star, smile back at me. Smiley face, happy teacher. Say it right, it sounds much sweeter. Numbers come, I say them fast. You clap your hands, I did the task. If I stop and look too long, I might not say the answer strong. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Gold star, smile back at me. Smiley face, happy teacher. Say it right, it sounds much sweeter. Tell me, sounds much sweeter. Tell me what to say again. Tell me what to say again. I'll say it just the same again. I don't need to understand. I just want a gold star in my hand. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Gold star, smile back at me. Smiley face, happy teacher. Say it right, it sounds much sweeter. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Gold stars mean you like me. Smiley face, happy teacher. Say it right, I say it's sweeter. Did I say it right? Did I say it right?
I write a rhyme for what? Not a dime. Dream big, gig in mind for what? Is it my time? Is it my time? Yeah. Future looks bright. Stay lights ignite. Play the scene, ready to ignite. I'm grinding day in, day out. No doubts, just sweat and tears. Dreams loud, I'm calling them out. This is my blood, sweat and tears. I tremble, I shake for that call to make. Producer on the line, heart racing. Is it my time? He's busy, here's dreams all
Houston integrity, all 4 seats are leak check complete.
Houston copies. Congratulations. And while you were busy, BFS outputs were enabled.
We saw them go enabled on board.
Tag im Sommer, helles Licht, meine Leute, Holz, Kohle, Bier. Dann seh ich dich, alles tritt zurück, irgendwas passiert mit mir. Du wirkst ganz leise, du suchst nichts, du bist einfach da, unglaublich wach. Du fällst mir auf, genau jetzt. Du schaust drüber, dann wieder weg und ich hab's gesehen, und ich frag mich, war dieser Blick vielleicht für mich? Du schaust nochmal, diesmal ganz direkt und jetzt glaub ich's fast, ich glaub es fast. Dein Blick da eben war ganz klar für mich, für mich. Du schiebst die Sonnenbrille hoch und streichst dein Haar zurück. Du lachst heller als nötig, dann noch ein Blick. Ich heb die Flasche, du dein Glas, ein ganz klein wenig mehr nicht. Und ich spür meinen Puls, viel zu klar. Du stehst auf, gehst erst zur Seite, dann barfuß durchs Gras, genau auf mich zu. Und du fragst, habt ihr noch Eiswürfel für mich? Ich greif in die Eisbox, Finger eiskalt. Dann schau ich auf, ganz langsam, Haut von deinen Füßen im Gras zu deinen Knien, seh dein Kleid und dann nur noch dein Blick. Nur du, nur ich. Du bist so nah, du ziehst mich leise zu dir. Du schaust länger, ich bleib ruhig, doch in mir kippt es schon, doch in mir kippt es schon. Ich bin fast sicher, du willst von hier weg mit mir, weg mit mir. Du schaust nochmal, ich seh nicht weg und alles wird ganz still, alles wird ganz still. Ich denk, ich weiß, du willst von hier weg mit mir, weg mit mir. Gehst zurück, wiegst dein Haar, dein Duft bleibt hier, Lillet Sommer. Deine Haut leuchtet im Abendlicht. Ich an meinen Fingern. Kälte vom Eis, Wärme von dir, noch hält mich hier das Reden der anderen, doch längst geht was in mir ganz leise zu dir. Ich schau nicht hin, doch ich weiß, du lächelst in dich hinein, ganz leicht. Ich warte noch einen Moment, dann stell ich die Flasche hin. Kein großes Ding, kein Spiel daraus. Ich geh einfach los, direkt auf dich zu. Ich weiß es jetzt, ich geh zu dir. Ich komm rüber, du bleibst sitzen und du siehst mich schon an, du siehst mich schon an. Kein großes Wort, nur dein Lächeln, du lächelst zu mir. Ich steh vor dir. Du stehst auf und ich frag leise, kommst du mit mir aus dem Rauch und dem Licht mit mir? Kommst du mit mir? Kommst du mit mir? Mit mir? Mit mir? Der Park verschwimmt, dein Schritt neben meinen, die Luft ganz warm, später Sommerabend. Kein Blick zurück, nur wir.
said you was, you went left on me. Things just ain't what it was. You stepped on me, Sneak cornball went behind my back, crack on me, but Hawk slept on me. I did my homework on you. You used to be my number one fan, front row, in front of the crowd. It was in the open, it was out loud, loud, loud. Now you love me in the dark, now your head in the clouds, clouds, clouds. You taught me a lesson. You can't for me get to stepping. All the fake love, getting questioned. When I'm feeling how I'm feeling, I will express it. You was moving real sloppy, making messes. I hope you get the message. No apologies accepted, respected. You used to be my number one fan, front row, in front of the crowd. It was in the open, it was out loud, loud, loud. Now you love me in the dark, now your head in the clouds, clouds. You used to be my number one fan, row, in front of the crowd. Love me out loud, now you love me in the dark. It's been quiet, no sound. We lost the spark, that spark, that spark. Need jumper cables now. That spark, lost that spark. Need jumper
clicks, you lean on a friend. Lip cut like you're hiding my name. Clock says we should call it a night. Your eyes say stay. It feels right. We're closer than before. Skin to skin, I need you more. Breathing in your every word. Every sigh, my favorite curse. Tell me what you're waiting for. We're closer, closer than before. Slow hands tracing out my flaws. Ooh, you laugh, mouth against my jaw. You whisper things you never say. In daylight, you just look away. Oh, skin to skin, I need you more. Breathing in your every word. Every sigh, my favorite curse. Tell me what you're waiting for. We're closer, closer than before. Is it wrong if it feels this right? Heart racing in the quiet night. Say the word and I'll lose control. You already have my soul, yeah. We're closer than before. Skin to skin, I need you more. Breathing in your every word. Every sigh, my favorite curse. Tell me what you're waiting for. We're closer, closer than before. So close, so close. Closer, closer than before. You're tracing circles on my sleeve, saying nothing, but I can hear you anyway. Little half smile, eyes a little tired today. I pull you closer, like I might just slip away. All I need is you, breathing in the dark beside me. Every broken piece, you hold it like it's shining. I don't have the words, so I'm giving you the truth. Take my heart, my doubt, my future. All I need is you. I've been afraid of being seen. Too much weight for anyone to try to lift. questions. Let them fall to the floor. We don't need language to know what this is for. Your heartbeat answering every breath that I steal. Oh. You trace my name like you're signed in a deal. Oh. Say it without words. Let your body do the talking to me. Every little shiver spells out everything you need. Pull me in closer till the silence starts to burn. I hear you louder when you say it. Say it without words. Say it without words. Curtains half open. City hums far away. See it. You draw a circle where my doubts used to stay. Your lips on my shoulder. Slow. Deliberate. I taste the promise. While we undress the truth. Say it without words. Let your body do the talking to me. Every little shiver spells out everything you need. Pull me in closer till the silence starts to burn. I hear you louder when you say it. Say it without words. Oh, say it without words. Say it without words. You breathe in, I breathe out. Every touch erases doubt. If this is wrong, don't let it in. Write your answer on my skin. Say it without words. Let your body do the talking to me. Every little shiver spells out everything you need. Pull me in closer till the silence starts to burn. I hear you louder when you say it. Say it without words. Oh, say it without words. Say it without words. Clock says 2:30. Moonlight on your shoulder. You breathe. I lose my cool. Every inch a secret I never told you. I've been holding back for years. Soft smiles, small talks, little fears. But tonight, your hand in mine makes truth taste sweet like wine. These whispers after dark, saying everything we never said, tracing letters on your heart while your hair spills across my chest. If this is wrong, don't turn the light on. Let me stay right where you are, wrapped in your arms, wrapped in your arms. And all our promises are only whispers after dark. You ask, what are we doing? I say, baby, we've been doing it slow. Every look, every almost was a spark we were scared to let show. I'm terrified to lose, but more afraid to let you go. So I'll pour it in your ear, every truth I never let you know. These whispers, saying everything we never said, tracing letters on your heart while your hair spills across my chest. If this is wrong, don't turn the light on. Let me stay right where you are, wrapped in your arms, wrapped in your arms. And all our promises are only whispers after dark. If the morning makes you question me, just remember how it felt to breathe. So close, so slow, so easy, like we were made to fit this way. If you ever feel alone again, call my name and I'll confess every word, every breath, till the night forgives the rest. Saying everything we never said, tracing letters on your heart while your hair spills across my chest. If this is wrong, don't turn the light on. Let me stay right where you are, wrapped in your arms, wrapped in your arms. And all our promises are only whispers after dark. Door clicks, you lean on the frame, lip caught like you're hiding my name. Clock says we should call it a night. Your eyes say stay, it feels right. We're closer than before, skin to skin, I need you more. Breathing in your every word, every sigh, my favorite curse. Tell me what you're waiting for. We're closer, closer than before. Slow hands tracing out my flaws. You laugh, mouth against my jaw. You whisper things you never say. In daylight, you just look away. Oh, we're closer than before. Skin to skin, I need you more. Breathing in your every word, every sigh, my favorite curse. Tell me what you're waiting for. We're closer, closer than before. Is it wrong if it feels this right? Heart racing in the quiet night. Say the word and I'll lose control. You already have my soul. Yeah, we're closer than before. Skin to skin, I need you more. Breathing in your every word, every sigh, my favorite curse. Tell me what you're waiting for. We're closer, closer than before. So close, closer, closer than before.
We see the same, waiting for the 180 rolls.
The parachute deployment sequence, once again, will come in several segments, but in rapid-fire succession.
And we have a great view of the moon out window 2. Looks a little smaller than yesterday.
Guess we'll have to go back.
Reed Wiseman and Jackie Mahaffey exchanging discussion on a view of the moon that Integrity's astronauts are seeing in the final minutes of this mission that will be completed with splashdown just 25 minutes from now. 3 forward bay cover parachutes will be used to pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle. Then 2 drogue parachutes will be deployed to slow and stabilize the crew module during its descent, followed by 3 pilot parachutes that will lift and deploy the main parachutes from the forward bay. The final sequence will have 3 main parachutes deployed. These will be 116 feet in diameter, each main parachute approximately 265 feet long when reefed. The parachutes will ultimately slow Integrity down from its peak speed of almost 33 times the speed of sound to a gentle 19 miles an hour at splashdown. The vehicle is now currently in a roll to the proper attitude for entry interface. Our trajectory is right on according to flight dynamics. Integrity is on a trajectory from southwest and northeast across the Pacific Ocean, descending at a rate of 15,000 feet per second. Range to touchdown 4,300 nautical miles, all the systems in excellent shape.
Integrity, Orion in the EI roll 180 attitude.
Looks good on board, Jackie.
This view out of one of Integrity's windows. We had a call for 3 good baros. Those are barometric pressure sensors that feed altitude and rate of descent information to Integrity's computers that will trigger the parachute deployment sequence. We are less than 9 minutes away from entry interface, 22 minutes from splashdown. You can see the reflection of one of the crew members in the window. Out in the Pacific, the weather conditions remain go. Just a few clouds, some scattered clouds, winds at 10 knots, wave heights just about 4 feet. A gentle day in the Pacific for the homecoming of Integrity's astronauts.
Integrity back in EI attitude.
We see the same on board, Jackie. Houston, purge is complete. Crew and vehicle are configured for entry.
Houston copies.
And we're in step 37, transferring nav state to BFS. And Houston, in instruction 509, we are not below 0.2.
Integrity, no action required.
Integrity.
Now 6 minutes away from entry interface, we will hit the first traces of Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling about 34,882 feet per second. Ranged splashdown at that point will be 1,701 nautical miles. And once again, just a reminder, some 24 seconds after entry interface, we do expect to lose communications with the vehicle and the crew during a 6-minute blackout period when a plasma shield will build up around the spacecraft due to the ionization, due to heating effects. And Flight Dynamics has just confirmed we will have a blackout period of exactly 6 minutes in duration. And once again, that's due to the fact that a plasma buildup around the vehicle will prevent communications and data, so we will not be able to talk to the crew members at that time, nor will we receive data here in the flight control room.
Houston, everything is looking good on board. Just confirm no pre-EI downloads.
Houston concurs.
That blackout period to begin at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time, and again will last about 6 minutes in duration. We're 4 minutes away from entry interface. This view from Integrity as it crosses from southwest to northeast across the Pacific Ocean, 3 minutes from entry interface. "16.5 minutes till splashdown." The USS John P. Murtha and the recovery team is on station and in position, as are the airborne imagery assets that we hope to receive imagery from as Artemis enters the Earth's atmosphere and through parachute deployment. All of Integrity's systems are in great shape. The crew is ready to complete its mission just 15.5 minutes from now. All of the activities today have gone off in perfect fashion. No issues with the vehicle, no issues with the crew. And the weather at the splashdown site is go. Coming up on 1 minute until entry interface. Mark 1 minute until entry interface. 1 minute 20 seconds until the expected start of our 6-minute blackout.
Integrity, 1 minute to a 6-minute blackout.
Integrity.
Ten seconds till entry interface. And we have crossed the threshold, now entering the Earth's atmosphere. We're at 400,000 feet, traveling 34,800 feet per second. Time to splash down, 13 minutes, 10 seconds. And as predicted, we've entered our communications blackout. This will be a 6-minute blackout period. No voice, no data from the crew. We're 30 seconds away from the anticipated point of peak heating on the vehicle, where temperatures will rise to about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is the true test of our trajectory. And from the G5 aircraft in the vicinity of the splashdown zone, this view of integrity. So that pinpoint of light shows the vehicle as it enters the period of peak heating in the Earth's atmosphere, the first tug of gravity being felt by Integrity's astronauts since their launch back on April 1st. Four and a half minutes until the end of the blackout period. Time to splash down, 11 minutes, 33 seconds. The landing and support officer reports that the P-3 has acquisition on Integrity. Three and a half minutes left in this blackout period. This is a visualization of the plasma buildup around the spacecraft and the repelling of that heat on Integrity's heat shield. Flight Dynamics reports that airborne assets in the vicinity of the splashdown zone do have a visual on Integrity. Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in our blackout period. Time to splashdown, 9 minutes, 35 seconds. Multiple airborne assets as part of the recovery team all have visuals on integrity. And the WB-57 flying in the splashdown zone also has a visual. And the Navy helos also have visuals. We're still in the blackout period. Still do not have communications from the crew. We're standing by for communications from the crew. We should be out of the blackout period less than a minute from now. We are now processing data from integrity. Landing and support officer reports the small boats are en route to the splashdown target zone. Passing through 150,000 feet, our trajectory is perfect. We're getting intermittent views of integrity. Still waiting to establish voice communication.
Integrity, Houston, comm check, post-blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
Guidance looks good.
No action for the enabled internal camera controller fail.
Big cheers from the viewing room here in Mission Control as voice communication reestablished with Commander Reed Wiseman. For America and a waiting world, Integrity is 5.5 minutes away from coming home. Passing 100,000 feet now. Range to splashdown 19 nautical miles.
Integrity, impact to the camera controller fail is no Cab 1 views of the chutes.
Integrity.
We're processing good data through the GPS system. A good view of Integrity, time to splashdown 4.5 minutes. And a view of integrity from the WB-57. We're at 50,000 feet. The pyros are armed for forward bay covered jettison. And there go the first series of parachutes. And we're on drogues.
And Houston, we're visual 2 drogues out the window.
2 good drogue shoots. Next up.
We copy, we see them.
Next up, the deployment of pilot parachutes that will pull the main chutes out. Time to splash down 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Perfect descent rate according to flight dynamics.
Good rates on 2 drogues.
We see the same on board.
Passing through 10,000 feet. Still on drogues. Main chute deploy. We're at 5,000 feet. Search and recovery beacon has been activated on integrity. And we have 3 good main chutes. Good 3 main chutes, good reefing, good descent rate.
Good rates, and we see 3 good-looking parachutes. Integrity. Cabin pressure indicates no need for hydrazine checks.
Integrity copies.
This is a perfect descent for integrity. Its crew sounding hale and hearty on board. Time to splash down 1 minute, 15 seconds. Integrity about to complete a journey spanning 694,481 miles from its launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st, and a trip around the moon. Passing through 1,000 feet.
Houston Integrity, splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth. And the landing and support officer reports the vehicle is stable 1. We still will be deploying the crew module uprighting system to maintain that orientation. A perfect bullseye splashdown for Integrity and its 4 astronauts. The unofficial splashdown time, 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll get that refined for you. That would put the end of the mission at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 35 seconds. And we're configuring for very low data rate. Once again, splashdown occurring in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego at 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m.
Integrity Houston, comm check on VLDR.
Houston, we have you loud and clear on VLDR. How else?
We have you the same. We'll meet you over in post-landing.
Perfect communications established.
A journey. We are stable 1, 4 green crew members.
Houston copies all.
Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members. That is not their complexion. That is the fact that they're in great condition. That's what that means. So stable 1, upright. The crew module uprighting system is being deployed. The 5 airbags being inflated through helium to maintain the upright configuration for the vehicle. This was a textbook entry and a textbook touchdown for Integrity. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around the moon. We continue to monitor the functioning of the CMOOS system. The airbags are being inflated to maintain a stable 1 or upright configuration. And there's a good view from one of the naval helicopters hovering overhead. Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members, meaning they're all in excellent shape.
Integrity Houston for SAR beacon and radio.
SAR beacon is in for 06, and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on. However, the recovery team is not seeing the signal. Your SAR radio uses the same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio.
Okay, copy. We are also powering up the sat phone now.
So integrity is in great shape, and as the crew continues its post-splashdown timelined activities on board, Reed Wiseman once again reporting that all 4 crew members are in excellent shape. And we have 5 inflated airbags to maintain an upright configuration so that the recovery team can now begin a slow approach to the vehicle. Meanwhile, here in the flight control room, Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling is polling his team of flight controllers for the start of powering down the vehicle after a thorough systems check. We have no toxic gases to be concerned about, so the recovery personnel can approach the vehicle, but not until we have powered down the spacecraft. That's expected to take a few more minutes. Integrity back on Earth following its historic flyby of the moon. It was, for all intents and purposes, a textbook mission.
On 28, but I'll remain on this frequency.
We copy.
Reed Wiseman indicating some trouble with the SARSAT phone on board. But that's not an issue. What is more important is that the vehicle is solid. No issues as we begin the power down of the vehicle to begin the recovery process. The propulsion officer here in Mission Control reports that we have safed the prop system on integrity.
Can you say again? That was very weak and broken.
Integrity, Houston did not call.
Copy that, Houston. It might have been on the SAR radio. Stand by.
All of the milestones were executed in perfect fashion. Integrity entering the Earth's atmosphere right on time, reaching its peak speed shortly after a blackout period began. We emerged from the blackout period, but the recovery imagery airborne assets were able to pick up Integrity's descent almost immediately through entry interface, tracking the vehicle all the way down. And finally, you saw the sequence of chute deployments. First, the forward bay cover being pulled off the top of the vehicle by a series of 3 parachutes. Then the drogue chutes were deployed, followed by the 3 main chutes that slowed the splashdown velocity of Integrity to just 19 miles an hour.
Integrity, Houston, with no joy on SAR and SAT phone, we'd like you to command an additional 15 minutes for a total of 30-minute power down delay.
All right, Jackie, we have selected T/D+30. No joy on SAR radio or sat phone. And stand by, we have the master diver on SAR radio. Please hold comms.
Hey, Lily. Excuse me. Hey, Jackie, we just got the master diver on SAR.
A good view of one of the fast boats.
Integrity, Houston, if you are happy with your comm with Master Diver, you can go back to the 15-minute power down.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, we'll confirm here in a second.
The crew on board Integrity coordinating with the flight control team in Houston here in Mission Control on the timing of the power down of the vehicle, which will be the precursor to the recovery teams approaching the spacecraft. There are no issues with Integrity. We've had a bit of broken capability in establishing a SARSAT or satellite phone communications capability between the crew on board Integrity and the recovery team. That will get sorted out here shortly. There's plenty of cooling on board Integrity, so there's no rush to begin the power down.
I'm trying to call you on the sat phone and not getting an answer there either.
Concur. We haven't had anything come through.
And Houston, if you could relay to recovery that we hear them, but it does not appear as though they are hearing us.
Houston copies, and Reed, just to confirm, you are pushing the PTT on the radio.
So as we continue to sort out the communications between Integrity and the recovery teams, we are standing by for the initiation of the power down procedures that, as you see, the recovery teams are moving towards the side of the capsule. The next major event will be the erection of that large inflatable raft called the front porch. That will be the port of call for the crew as they're being extracted one by one from the vehicle.
Integrity, Houston, for sat phone, we are going to attempt to call you.
Good idea, standing by.
And Jackie, yes, we are pushing the push to talk, the two buttons on the left side of the radio below the up-down arrows. We are utilizing them. I'm rebooting the radio to see if we get good comms.
Okay, we copy all, and just to confirm, you are seeing that you're touchdown plus 3030 for power, correct?
That's affirmative.
We are trying a backdoor approach to have Mission Control here call the crew on their satellite phone. This is all part of the coordination for the power down of the vehicle. that will initiate the actual recovery operation. The first boats with the Navy divers on board are standing by, waiting to close in on Integrity to begin the process of erecting the large inflatable raft that's called the front porch that will be where the astronauts are extracted from so that they can have a few minutes to get their land legs back before they're hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters for the flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
And Houston, please don't reply. NRD, very weak, but readable. Master Diver, we can hear, but they cannot hear us. And Houston on OE1, is there any chance to tie us into NRD?
Checking.
This is Mission Control Houston. While we stand by for the establishment of communications between Integrity and the recovery team that is basically standing by very close to the spacecraft, we're going to go to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha, where Megan Cruz is standing by with Administrator Jared Isaacman.
Hey, Rob, yeah, just such an honor to be able to be here on the ship, to be able to share and experience this moment with everyone together. And of course, as you just said, yes, here with NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Administrator, how did you feel getting to witness this and seeing NASA at its best?
Oh, I mean, I'm honestly, I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, you know, like the childhood Jared right now can't believe what I just saw. I mean, almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this, and then it's NASA Administrator. I just couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce, the years, the effort, the late nights, all the hard work from across the country that contributed to this incredible moment right now. And yeah, incredibly grateful too for our teams here on the John P. Murtha right now.
Yeah, look at them behind us here.
Got everybody. Hey, what do you guys think? We just brought some astronauts back from the moon, huh? Unbelievable. Thank you. Yeah, so grateful to the Navy, the sailors that are here, the NASA teams. I mean, this is a joint effort that's on their way right now. These recovery forces are getting out to our Orion spacecraft, to Integrity, get our astronauts back on the ship safely.
Yeah, and this is not just an accomplishment for NASA. This is an accomplishment for humanity. Again, a historic mission to the moon and back. How does this make you feel, and what do you hope people take away from this?
Well, I'll tell you, you know, I think about the crew members that we've all had an opportunity to observe over the last 10 days, right? I mean, they're absolutely professional astronauts. I mean, wonderful communicators, almost poets. But then I think these were the ambassadors from humanity to the stars that we sent out there right now. And I can't imagine a better crew than the Artemis II crew that just completed a perfect mission right now. So yes, it's a huge moment for everybody, right? I mean, we are back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon, bringing them back safely, and to set up for a series more. I mean, this is not a once in a lifetime, which you hear sometimes around here. It's like, this was a once in a lifetime. No, it's not. This is just the beginning. We are going to get back into doing this with frequency, sending missions to the moon until we land on it in 2028 and start building our base.
Yeah, are we going to build on the momentum for Artemis 3? I mean, it's just around the corner.
Absolutely. So, I mean, that's, you know, part of me too. Like, I can't wait to get the crew off of Integrity right now, but also getting Integrity back on this ship so we can start taking a look at it, because all that data is so precious to us right now. I mean, we are going to definitely want to take a good look at the thermal protection system. We're going to want to download all the data they couldn't transmit back to us and use that to inform Artemis 3. But we're already making progress, right? You had SRB segments already showing up at KSC. Core stage for Artemis 3 is rolling out on April 20th. We're getting Mobile Launcher 1 back in vehicle assembly building. So yes, there is a lot to celebrate right now on a mission well accomplished for Artemis 2, and at the same time, we got to start getting ready for 3.
Amazing. And last question, you know, for people who joined us for all 10 days to see what we can accomplish together with our international partners, what do you think about the fact that we're going to keep doing this more and more and more?
It's incredibly exciting. I mean, yes, it's the contributions, like the best and brightest across the NASA workforce from across the country, our industry partners, our international partners. We had a Canadian Space Agency astronaut on board in Jeremy. We had the European Service Module. And you think in the days leading up to this launch, I mean, 48 hours prior to launching Artemis 2, I was meeting with the Italian Space Agency. We signed a memorandum of understanding to build a habitation module on the moon. I mean, you have countries, all of our allies and partners coming together saying, we are committed to this effort. We are returning to the moon. We're doing it to stay. We are building that enduring presence. We are going to master the skills on the surface of the moon so someday we can undertake missions to Mars. It's just an incredibly exciting time, and we're not going at it alone. We're bringing everybody along with us.
Absolutely. And speaking of everyone, one more time, we're going to ask the crew here, you guys ready to land on the moon? Awesome. I love that. Okay, well, thank you so much, Administrator. Appreciate you being here. We're, of course, going to stay on to watch the crew get extracted from Orion, so stay tuned, and we'll see you back here shortly.
Thank you, Megan, and thank you, Administrator Isaacman. We are in the process of working to establish that communications link and to establish the procedures that will lead to the power down of the spacecraft, which is gently bobbing in the Pacific following a bullseye touchdown that occurred at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego. We have once again heard from the crew during that interview opportunity with the administrator, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board. We now have confirmation that the vehicle has been powered down as per the procedures. So we have vehicle powered down, and the flight control team here in Houston, Flight Director Rick Henfling, has handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems team out in the Pacific. Now, we will physically not get off console with this team until the crew has been extracted into the front porch, that inflatable raft that will be erected along the side hatch of Integrity. So we're standing by for that in the next step in the recovery procedures. But everything is in great shape, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board the vehicle. All of the entry events went by the book, no issues, perfect trajectory for Integrity that was culminated with one final raise burn to improve the angle of attack for the vehicle as it entered the Earth's atmosphere. All of that flight dynamics computation worked like a charm. So we are standing by for the recovery team to approach integrity and begin the process of erecting that inflatable raft called the front porch, which will see the crew members be extracted from the hatch of Orion into that inflatable raft before they're hoisted aboard 2 Navy helicopters in a variety of different configurations. Each crew member will be hoisted in sequential fashion, in alternating fashion, 2 crew members for each helicopter before they turn around to head back to the John P. Murtha. Once on the deck of the ship, they'll be brought into medical bay for comprehensive medical exams. But Reed Wiseman has reported several times that the crew is in excellent shape. So just to recap, it has been some 26 and a half minutes since the splashdown of Integrity in the Pacific. The vehicle is in excellent shape. It performed like a champ all the way down through the Earth's atmosphere. All of the vehicle functions were checked off in excellent trip hammer fashion. The parachutes all deployed as planned. Splashdown occurring at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. And after a bit of a tussle to try to establish a communications link with the recovery team, we were finally able to run through the procedures for the powering down of the vehicle. We've handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems folks out in the Pacific, and the recovery team will be approaching the vehicle shortly to erect the inflatable raft called the front porch before opening the hatch to Integrity to bring the crew members onto that raft before they're hoisted onto 2 Navy helicopters, 2 crew members for each helicopter, before they're flown back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. This is Mission Control Houston. After talking to the flight dynamics folks, we have a bit of a refinement on the splashdown time for you. Their computation shows a splashdown time of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time, 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds. Once again, from Flight Dynamics, a splashdown time of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds. Reports from the Pacific indicate that the recovery team, in communications with the crew aboard Integrity, that the crew remains in excellent shape as they await the approach of the team for a final hazard gas evaluation before they move to the side of the vehicle to erect the inflatable life raft called the front porch. Again, no issues with Integrity. The vehicle is powered down. All of its systems are now safed. We have handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems folks in the Pacific, but we will not stand down and have the entry flight control team depart its positions until that inflatable raft, the front porch, is erected, the hatch open, and the crew having exited the vehicle. So that's the next step in the recovery process that will lead to the hoisting of the crew members. For 2 crew members for each helicopter, they'll be hoisted to a pair of Navy helicopters that will then fly a short distance back to the USS John P. Murtha. What you're looking at is one of the fast boats circling the vehicle to make a hazard assessment. This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, you're watching the initiation of the recovery of the Artemis crew aboard Integrity. All of the Navy divers and the fast boats are now approaching the spacecraft after conducting a hazard assessment. The vehicle has been powered down. Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling now waiting for the life raft, the front porch, to be erected along the side of the vehicle so that the hatch can be opened and the crew members extracted from Integrity, soon to be hoisted one by one into a pair of Navy helicopters for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. If you missed it earlier, we talked to Flight Dynamics and received a more official touchdown time or splashdown time, as it were, of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds. Continuing to get excellent views from the imagery assets out at sea in the Pacific of Integrity. We continue to get good reports from the landing and support officer, who's in contact with the recovery team, that the crew is in excellent shape, no issues. They're just currently biding their time, waiting for the front porch to be erected. We have no hazardous hazard gases and no hazardous situation with the vehicle. It performed perfectly all the way down from entry interface to its splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. And as you can see, the first phalanx of recovery personnel now pulling up alongside of Integrity. This includes Navy divers, a Navy flight surgeon, and other recovery personnel who have trained for several years for this recovery process. At this hour, some 41 minutes following splashdown, the vehicle has been powered down. There's no hazardous gas emanating from the vehicle. That's why the first team of recovery personnel has been able to pull alongside Integrity. And the reports continue to come in that the 4 astronauts are in excellent shape. Yes. This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to watch the initiation of the recovery of Integrity's astronauts. One by one, they'll be brought out of the spacecraft onto a large inflatable raft just a short time from now. In the meantime, we can go back to the USS John P. Murtha, where my colleague Megan Cruz is standing by to provide her situation report. Megan, can you hear us?
Hey, Rob. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Yeah, we're back here on the bow of the recovery ship where there are still plenty of people peering out into the water. We are not very far from the action everyone is seeing on their screen now. The Orion spacecraft, Integrity, in the ocean, surrounded by a number of recovery boats. As Rob has been saying, in those recovery boats, NASA and Navy personnel specifically trained to get the astronauts out of Orion. In some of our wide shots, you can probably see that there are 6 boats out in the water. More than 40 people out in the water right now on those boats. First order of business is to set up the front porch and the stabilization collar. You might also hear it referred to as a stab collar. Basically just to make sure that Orion stays upright, doesn't sway in the water too much, again, to make it easier for recovery forces to get the astronauts out. Again, we splashed down to the Pacific Ocean just after 5 p.m. Pacific time here. It's a requirement by NASA to be able to get the crew out of Orion within 2 hours of splashdown. So doing great on time so far. Plenty of time. No rush either. I was speaking to NASA flight surgeon Rick Schuring earlier in this broadcast, and he said to me, no rush to get the crew out. Just want to make sure that they're feeling good. And whenever they're ready to take their step out of Orion and onto that large raft, the front porch, folks will be ready. And as there are mission audio loops in Mission Control in Houston, there is a mission audio loop here on the ship, and it was just reported out that the side hatch is open. Side hatch of integrity is open. You're getting these beautiful shots from our aerial assets. The ship itself, where I'm on, just 3,000 yards away. Again, plenty of people on the boat here, glued to the side closest to where they can see all this action. And again, with just 3,000 yards separating us, great views from the bow here. You can see now that side hatch is open. One of the Navy personnel is about to get inside there. In they go. In total, 4 will go into Orion. So it'll be a little bit of a tight squeeze, but the goal is to have a recovery personnel with each astronaut assessing them. Boats getting closer now. Again, that one that's right up against Orion, those are the divers that will go in to the spacecraft to check on each of the astronauts. These other boats will begin doing a number of things, putting on that stabilization collar onto Orion, building that front porch. Eventually, they will retrieve the parachutes, as well as tow Orion back to the well deck of the recovery ship here. And so as we wait for the Navy and NASA personnel to get their assessment of the crew inside of Orion, why don't we toss it back to Rob for an update?
Yeah, thank you, Megan. Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Rick Henfling and the entry team of flight controllers still on duty. The vehicle has been powered down for some time now. There are no hazardous gases emanating from integrity. That, of course, allowed the recovery personnel to approach the vehicle and then open the hatch to begin the initial medical assessment of the crew, as you just indicated. Now we're standing by for the erection of that inflatable raft, the front porch, alongside of the vehicle. That will enable the crew to be extracted one by one onto the raft, have a moment or two to get their land legs back before they're hoisted into two hovering Navy helicopters, 2 crew members for each helicopter, for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. All of Integrity's systems operated flawlessly throughout the course of the approach to the Earth, the entry into the Earth's atmosphere, and all of the key milestones that followed in this high-speed return to Earth for Integrity, a mission that spanned more than 694,000 miles from the vehicle's launch from the Kennedy Space Center atop the Space Launch System back on April 1st. As we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, the last time that the Apollo program saw a splashdown in the Pacific was Apollo 17 back on December 19th, 1972. So for the first time in 53 and a half years, we have reenacted that with the arrival of Integrity's astronauts as they flew around the moon in that historic lunar flyby that began with a trans-lunar injection burn that took them out of Earth orbit following 24 hours of a high Earth orbit trajectory. The high Earth orbit trajectory enabled flight controllers here to have a full 24 hours to evaluate the systems on Integrity and the condition of the crew before they would commit to flying to the moon. With the side hatch of Orion having been opened to set the stage for the erection of the inflatable life raft, known as the front porch, to be erected alongside the spacecraft for the extraction of the crew. Let's play for you an interview that my colleague Megan Cruz conducted on the USS John P. Murtha with Navy diver First Class David McMahon that explains how this process is unfolding.
Okay, Davey, so you and some of your team, one last look over of the stabilization collar, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is this stabilization collar?
This is what's going to stabilize the capsule out there in the ocean. We don't know how good the weather or the waves will be that day, so this will help prevent any unnecessary occurrences from happening, stabilizing the capsule and the astronauts inside.
So basically this is a float that will go around Orion. I'm assuming that what they're doing right now, these are the lines that will attach the collar onto Orion?
That is correct.
And so what are they doing here?
So we've got the lower line that will secure the inflation device before we inflate it. That gives us the go-ahead that it's secure in its space, and then we'll inflate it, and then once that is done, we'll undo all the carabiners and get this orange line on top tied in the same fashion, and then this will be secured to the capsule, and the astronauts can safely take their first steps out of the capsule onto the front porch.
Okay, and how long will it take them to set up the stabilization collar?
We should definitely be able to handle this in under 10 minutes.
Okay, wow. And then you just mentioned the front porch. So basically after they set up the stabilization collar, then they set up what's called the front porch here.
That's correct.
Okay, and what's the front porch?
Front porch is basically a bigger waiting room for the astronauts to sit in while we wait for the helicopters to show up and grab them.
Okay, so the medical team that was inside with the crew, they're going to help them out and onto the front porch?
That is correct.
And then what happens here?
We have hired trained medical personnel also on board the front porch that will give them lookovers and just make sure they're okay while we wait for the helicopters to show up.
Okay. How does it feel, I mean, your team, you, to be part of a mission that's returning astronauts from the moon in more than 50 years?
We all feel extremely honored to be a part of this, as well as a bigger mission for the Navy and joining up with NASA to do great things.
Mm-hmm. And do you feel like you and your team are ready?
Yes, very ready.
Cool. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Once again, the recovery operations are continuing out in the Pacific. We shortly should see that life raft, the front porch, erected alongside the side hatch of the vehicle. A number of flight controllers have come into the flight control room to receive congratulations from Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling. But we're going to stick with our operations out in the Pacific as we await the extraction of the 4 crew members who are reported to be in excellent condition. Again, while we stand by for that front porch to be erected alongside of the side hatch of the vehicle, let's go back to the USS John P. Murtha and Megan Cruz. Megan?
Hey, Rob. Pausing now to listen to some internal audio loops. Again, the operations team here on the ship communicating with everyone out on the water. It seems like currents are hindering them a little bit from unfurling and inflating the stabilization collar as well as the front porch. But again, the requirement to get the crew out within 2 hours of splashdown, plenty of time. So no concerns just yet. But as calm as the water looks, yeah, it looks like it's hindering the teams just a tad. You can see in some of our shots that side hatch still open. Again, inside there are now 8 people inside. 4 divers, Navy divers, all with medical training, each assigned to an astronaut each. Making sure that they're comfortable, feeling good. As you've heard us say in the broadcast, you know, they expect a little bit of discomfort. Again, these astronauts just traveled back to Earth at 25,000 miles an hour, a nearly 695,000-mile journey around the moon. If you think you get carsick. Again, 6 boats out there, lots of gear with them, just in case, right? As we said, the crew reported feeling great, but again, all those folks out there in case they weren't, right? NASA is all about making sure we think about every situation that can happen, and so, of course, wanted to be ready in case any of our astronauts needed more medical attention while out there in the water. You see now teams, again, trying to set up the stabilization collar and front porch for the crew to get out of Orion. They need both, right? The stabilization collar will keep Orion from swaying as you see it is doing now. And then they will connect the front porch to the stabilization collar so that the crew can take 2 steps and they will be in the front porch. Not a lot of chatter on the mission audio loops. That's a good thing. Again, things proceeding pretty nominally, even if they're fighting some currents out there on the Pacific Ocean. Again, the goal, setting up the stabilization collar and the front porch so that the crew can rest comfortably in the front porch, get placed into harnesses so that 2 helicopters can lift them off the front porch and onto the USS John Murtha here. The helicopters are going to take turns picking up an astronaut. So again, Helo 1 and Helo 2. Okay, and the recovery team here on the ship just got a report from the undersea medical officer who is inside the capsule with the crew. He is reporting all 4 members are green. All of our 4 astronauts, Reed, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, green, meaning they are feeling great, not the complexion of their skin. They are feeling great, happy to be home, and ready to be extracted as soon as possible. And so, as I was saying, we have 2 helicopters circling the activity you're seeing on the water right now. Each will take turns picking up an astronaut. So Helo 1 will come on in, hover above the front porch, about 40 feet above the front porch. A Navy recovery specialist will be hoisted down into the front porch.
The restricted maneuvering doctrine is in effect.
Will connect to the first astronaut, which we're expecting to be Christina. And then Helo 2 comes around, picks up Jeremy, while Helo 1 stays above head, and then Helo 1 will come back in for another astronaut, and then Helo 2 for the last astronaut, and then back to the flight deck here on the recovery ship. I was talking to Assistant Artemis Recovery Director Paul Sierpinski. He said helos are a much quicker, safer way to get on board. They did actually consider boats, but then if you think about it, longer time, the crew would have to move through more of the ship. This way the helos will give a more direct, quicker route to the medical bay for our 4 astronauts. Beautiful shots from our aerial and imagery teams. Clouds have dissipated for a clear view from the bow of the recovery ship here. You can still see divers in the water there. Encircling Orion, that is that stabilization collar we've been telling you about. As you saw in that interview just a few minutes ago, they have to first connect it to Orion, and then once it's secured onto Orion, they can inflate it, and then they'll further secure it with other harnesses and lines. About an hour and 10 minutes since splashdown in the Pacific Ocean here. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy back home after a history-making mission to the moon and back. If you missed what we said just a couple of minutes ago, the undersea medical officer inside with the crew in Orion reporting all 4 crew members feeling great. Progress being made there on the stabilization collar. It looks like they are beginning to inflate it. And it looks like they're starting to unfold the front porch in order to get that into the water here shortly and inflate that as well. Again, more than 40 people out in the water right now. And those Navy and NASA personnel have been in the water for now about 4 hours. The reason why they had to get out so early is just to stage everything. And actually here on the ship, when there are flight operations happening, you can't have anything else, right? Just because the flight deck can be a dangerous place, so they just want to focus on planes coming and going from the ship, so that's why they wanted to get the boats in the water to make sure that they have all the time they needed for the flight ops. And then the same crew here out in the water, they will stay out in the water for a number of hours after we recover the crew and get them back on the ship, because then they have to recover Orion. All right, that stabilization collar looking good around Orion. We're now seeing some recovery personnel getting on to that collar. Again, they need to further attach it to Orion to make sure that it can really prop up the spacecraft. It's basically lifting it up off of the water just a tad. Again, so it's not so...
Come off me for a minute.
So it doesn't sway so much in the water there. And now that front porch looks like it's nearly fully inflated as well. You can see a much larger surface area. And so once the crew get out of Orion, they can stretch their legs a little bit on this front porch, get some fresh air. And enjoy this beautiful day here on their home planet. It appears teams now are about to connect the front porch to the stabilization collar. And at that point, when both are secure, we should soon see astronauts come out of Orion. All these views you see also being fed to the Landing Force Operations Center here on the ship. Of course, it is very important for our recovery teams leading the mission to have all the views that you're seeing as well. Again, listening to their communication loop here on the ship. Very quiet, which is a good thing. It means things are going pretty nominally, meaning as expected.